Hello everyone, welcome to today's episode. So today's episode 5 of building our cross-platform e-commerce. So today we're just working on a few things that turned out also not to be as easy as I expected. So we first fixed the auth. There was some part we fixed here, basically on this part here. If you're logged out, so we fixed that. Then we also went and did this. Now this one itself was the one which was really hard. So we managed to actually add in the CRUD functionality. So if you just go to the products, we worked on adding the products and managing to update the products, which was really not that easy in my opinion. So we managed to add in the create product and then delete, and importantly we also added the update. Now the update is different from all other modules. We did this update here. Okay, this is really not easy to do when it comes to send data to the API and everything, but we managed to do this, and we had a lot of bugs across even simple things like selecting using this select, which has a search, but we managed to do all these things. As you can see here, you can just come and update the price, and we also have additional details like the uploading the gallery images, and also adding the frequently bought together items, and then here you have some metadata. So this was really the one that I underestimated. I thought we could take like maybe 2 hours, but it took us more time, including the fixing the bugs. So then another thing we did is we did the deployment of the front end. So the back end, apparently we have one bug that cannot allow us to deploy. You can see we have this bug on this here. So by the time we reached on debugging this, I was extremely tired and I couldn't fix it. So I left this one. So we did not deploy this, but we actually ultimately deployed the front end successfully. But then it doesn't work simply because the backend is also not deployed. So, but for it, you can see we deployed it here. And you can see we have the errors because the backend is not uploaded. Okay, so which is just like, okay. So in the next episode, we'll be first working on the looking for the solution for debugging that one. And yeah, so then also in the next video, I will also add, since now we have the CRUD functionalities for all of them, I will go ahead and remove all the dummy data and maybe add the actual data so that we can also work on the mobile app. Okay, so yeah, that's what we did in today's video. So let's just like the video and let's dive in and get started. Hello, welcome to today's episode. So today's episode 5 of building our cross-platform e-commerce. And if you have been following it, thank you so much. And yeah, so we are in episode 5, and so far we have done a lot of things. We have all these things coming from our backend API. So today we have a number of tasks. I don't intend to make this video very long like the previous ones, because I don't have really much time today. So we're just going to look at these are the intentions of today's video. So just going to do some of these tasks. We're going to fix this error in the header, and just going to do the CRUD functionalities for the product. So basically I want it to look like this, where we can add an item and we can also go ahead and edit the item. Now the difference is I want us to do it this way, whereby we have the tabs. That's how I want us to actually do it. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I want it this way. Okay, so let's just go back here. So then after that, we're going to change if there are some pending functionalities. But basically what I also want us to do is make sure that we deploy the API and the front end and they are all working without errors. And then you're just going to, of course, test the deployed version. And then that data, actually the reason why I'm doing all these is I don't want this to be in the mobile app. This thing whereby we don't have photos and all this. So I will remove all this data and then I will have to add the actual data. So everyone, I think, is going to go ahead on their own app and then they will remove these, the dummy data. So that's so far so good. I'm just going to go ahead and get started. So let's start with this fix. Now this fix is actually here. If you look at this, so right now we are not authenticated. So you can see if you're not authenticated, it is showing login and sign up. And you look at this, it's saying loading at the same time it's saying this. So we need to fix that. So I'm just going to go to the web. And I will scroll to where I have, I'm just going to scroll, I have home. We just go to layout and here where we have the shop navigation. So I will just go in here. So in the items use cart store. Let me what I just want is where we have this. So basically we have this loading and then we have also this if is signed in. I think we just simply need to use this. So this one we use the and if is not signed in, and then we are showing the login and the sign up buttons. So what we just need to do is instead, what I would want to do is because we want this. So probably I'm just going to change this, cut this for now. And let me just say here is not signed in if this is true. So here just going to call this question mark. If that is true, and then I'm just going to say yes. I'm just going to show this. So I think that one should take out that. And now we have these buttons showing like that because of this as a child. So now if you look at our buttons, I just want to take you for a second. You said we updated these buttons. They have href and so many other things. So the update we need to do also is that you no longer need to do this. So simply cut this href the way it is and paste it on the actual button like this. And now here I'm just going to do simply login. You don't need this as a child now. And then the same thing like this one, you don't need as a child. And even this href now is on the button, just like this. And then here you just simply need the sign up, just like that. So if you just go back, you said this one goes back to now being like this. Okay, so that's cool. This is outline. This one is ghost. I don't know if we use the default. How does it look like? Okay. Okay, and maybe just leave it with the outline since we have this text black. Okay, nice. So that is done. So that means if we go ahead and log in, let me just go ahead and try to log in. Okay, so we can just go ahead and log in. Okay, so now you can see we are logged in and we have this. So we can go to the dashboard. Okay, that is cool. So that is checked, done. Then the next one is now the big man in the house, which is going to do the product CRUD. Okay, we just need to do product CRUD functionalities. So right now, if you check on the products, let's go ahead and see what is on the products page. Not here. I'm just going to go here in the whole dashboard. So you can see on the products, we have this simple page. Let me just go there. Products. So I think these ones are dummy data. Let me see. Okay, it has products table with dummy data. So if you look at this products table, okay. So just going to use our, we're just going to go ahead and use our own, the way we did all others. So, however, I'm just going to change a little bit. So if you remember, we have these, was it in the guides? I think it was this one, the guide we used previously. So just going to look at the product listing actually. Okay, so this is the product listing here. So you have something like this. So we could just copy first like this, this here. And I'm just going to go, so you can see if you look at the departments, they have components inside. So here I'm just going to create the same thing. I will create components. And then here I'm just going to bring this product listing here. I'm just going to bring that next. So if you scroll down here, you have this product listing. So this one's going to be to change a little bit with the one we did. This one I just wanted to use the entity form instead. Just going to see it in a second that here we used actually entity form, I think. Yes, because there are a few things I want to do on this one. Very few things I just want to do on this one. So that's why I'm just going to do it like this. On the other hand, we could just actually I'm just going to copy these other ones. Let me just go and see like brands. Do we have already brands? Yeah, like brands is a small one. Maybe brands. Let me see. Maybe categories. Yeah. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy these two components and just use these ones. I'm just going to go to products and copy these, go to components, and let me paste in this one. So we have the category form, which I'm just going to change to product form. So I'm just going to change this to product form. And let me just also rename this. I'm just going to rename this to product form. Product form. I will just go to this dashboard category listing. I will also rename this to product listing. So I'm just going to say actually dashboard product listing, maybe. Dashboard product listing. Okay. And then the name, even here we change dashboard product listing. Okay. So here is where we're going to fetch all the things concerning the you can see here we have the categories. We just need to fetch things concerning with the products. So we'll first also go ahead and change this where we have this product listing. This is going to be dashboard product listing, just like this. Okay, so now we need to go ahead and do the fetching of data at least here on the UI. So if right now we go to that page, you can see that we are seeing the instead the categories. These ones are categories, so we just need the same thing. We just need going to bring the image. I don't think we need like the description. Instead, maybe we could just also show the category where that product actually falls under, and then we don't need the description. Maybe we also leave the status and the created ad if necessary. Okay, so we can just like check first of all in the API. I'm not sure if we have things to do with the products anywhere, but let me just check in the API how we are standing. So in the API source here, routes, and then you go to products. So you have all the routes. So if you just check here in the routes, actually in the index, you look at it, we have the list, deals, and or deals, and all these other ones like this. Okay. So we're just going to look at, for instance, the list. So if you just go back to this Scala docs and let's go to products. So the first one is this product list. So I want to see what is returned on this. Okay, so here you can see it brings all the things, name, image, product images, and then we have description, we have the summary, is active. So basically this one brings all the data, including the category. Okay, so, and even the brand. So we might not necessarily need all this information at this point in time for this, where we're using the product list. So let me just go to the product here. So if you just go to the routes, is a good place to start from. This is the first one, and the responses you can see product with relations schema. So this one has basically all the relations. So we might actually not call this one. Okay, we might just not use this one. I might just like simply create another one. I might just create another one. So I'm just going to call these maybe dashboard products or something like that. I'm just going to create dashboard list. Okay, so I'm just maybe dashboard list like this. And now for this one, I'm just going to show a few things actually on this this side. What we need is the product name. Maybe what I could show would be the department, the category. Sorry, the category where it belongs, and that's it. So let me just go here where I have this product with schema. So if you look at this, it has this information like this, where you have the category schema, and it has all things to do with the category. Okay, so what I'm just going to do here, I'm just going to change this a little bit. By the way, this one has also brand, but I'm just going to duplicate this. I'm just going to change this, and I call them dashboard product schema, just like this. Okay, so what information do we want? So the first thing is this: we don't want all the information in the product schema. Okay, this is too much info to show. I believe that this is too much. So I can just say maybe can I just call the I'm just going to use this method here. Well, we have here the response product. I don't know why we used this. I think we used on the deals or something. So I'm just going to also go ahead and get this, and I say maybe dashboard response product. Okay, so we remove all these ones, and then I'm just going to use this on this one. So here I will use this, and then for the category, we just need only the title. So here on this category, I don't know if we can do omit. So here we can just do dot omit, and then let's see. Can we just do this? So before the optional, I'm not sure if you can do dot omit. Okay, so on this we are just omitting created at, updated at. Let me first remove all these. So the category schema so far has a lot of things. We just need the name and maybe the ID, only the two things. So all other things, we're just going to remove them. So you can just like slug image banner image. So here slug image, and then banner image. Okay. So I think that's the one. We have also description is active. So description is active. Okay, so if you look at it again, we have also the department ID. So we can also remove the department ID through here. Okay, So with this, okay, with this we have the response here. So let me just go and just to do this, where we have the index. So I'm just going back to the routes. We have this now dashboard list. I'm just going to say the response is going to be this one. So after creating this, you have to go down here and go ahead and create the corresponding types. So I'm just going to say that this is the dashboard list, and then here just name it with this. Now let's go ahead and create for it the handler. So you can just like also duplicate this. I'm just going to use the dir route since it already has the select. So I'm just going to do this, and I'm just going to say that this is dashboard list, and then here just going to say dashboard list route. And so here you're just going to get select all these, and then I'm just also going to go ahead and say select. So within this one you can select, for instance, okay, you can just say, for instance, category. So here we have the category, so we can go ahead and also apply select in the category like this. And you see that we need the ID, which is true, and the name, which is true. Now we're just going to remove this tick, just like this. So if I just go back now to these returned products, let me just go. So here we have the dashboard list. We're going to look at the error in a second, but I just want to go to the index, and I just want to simply add this. So here we can just add the dashboard list. And let me just go ahead and check this if it is already there here. So we have okay, so let's first also change the route. So here where we have this route, so it cannot be slash products. I'm just going to say slash, maybe we could just say dashboard products, or we could just say products slash dashboard. So there are these ones here. So you can just go ahead and test this. So you can see they will just come with name, MS, then the price, discount, summary. So I don't think we need the summary. And then we need the image, that is okay. The price is okay. Then the stock is okay. And then here we have the category. You can see the category has only the ID and name. So we can't just actually remove some of the things. So you can start by going on this, and you can just say we remove the summary only, and then you can also take that summary from this where we have this one here. So you can just simply add in sort of like summary. Okay, so in the other one we wanted the summary. We don't want to remove it from here. So we had used this dashboard. Oh, okay, I think it's okay. Just add here summary to true. So this one we just remove the summary. So if I just check again, this should take off the summary. Oh, wait, we still have the summary. Let's go to the handlers, and where we have the dashboard list, we can just go ahead and remove the summary. Do it one more time. Okay, summary is now not there, like this. Okay, I'm just going to look at this error and see if I can figure it out. So just go here, scroll down, 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 down. The error is always at the almost the. So it's saying that types of property data and cover the name, string, stock, and all the incident on this. Type name slag. Okay. Category is missing the following properties from name string slag product images. So it's missing the following properties. Okay, so is missing. So we have this stops where is missing some. Let's go here. In the schema. So there is something here we can just add. Also, they frequently bound together, like two. And then we also need to add the product images because we don't want the product images. And so you know how many now. Oh, okay, now there are two. That's good. So we have an error somewhere else. Oh, we have the error on this one. Okay, let's first leave that one for now. Okay, so now this is done on the front, on the back end. Let's switch to the front end for a second. So on the front end, we have, what do we have? Where we are fetching this data. So we just need to first bring in all the hooks we need. We actually have some for products. I don't think these are sufficient. Okay. I don't think these are sufficient. So I wish we could have, we had our stuff we used last time, the AI chat. I don't know how I forgot to copy that link so that we start on from there. Otherwise, we have to go ahead and train it again, which can be really exhausting. But anyways, what I'm just going to do right now, what do I want to do? I will just first check others. Use like department webhooks here. So basically you need to create all these stuff here. Let me see if I can check something out. we just go ahead and check for CRUD. I don't know what did we use last time. It was some long time ago. I don't know if I can just get this ready. I don't know. Let's first say this. This one is very brief. If I have the export this, you can just give it some clue on what we want to do. So in the department here, basically we have the create, update. Let me see. We have, this is the create department, get department, and update department, like this. Okay. So I'm just going to first train it a little bit to understand, so that it helps me somehow, because there is a lot of work to be done, really. So I'm just going to open a new one. Okay, just going to say I am implementing CRUD functionalities in my app. I already done one module. I will give you the code that I wrote for that module. Just going to put here all the files. Then I will ask you to create the same thing for other modules. Okay, nice. So what I'm just going to basically do is giving it a bunch of files so it can start from there. So the first one of always is the schema. So you can just we have these types. We have to give it this department. So I'm just going to go ahead and give it this. So I'm just going to drag this into here. So I'm just going to tell you that I will attach the files for the department module. Okay, for department module, then so the files that are needed to be done are, so just start like, for instance, types. So and then the server action. So we have also, I think, do we have the services in between? So if you just go, for instance, I'm not sure if we have services or not. Okay, so if you want to check this, you can just go to this very use department. So if you just go here, you will see that we are creating the delete, create department. Okay, we just simply just need that. So the server action. So we have the types file, server action file, and then we have the React query use hook file. Okay. Then we have the dashboard listing. Then we have also the form. So there are files that needs to be created. So now I'm just going to go ahead and give it for the serve action. Next is the React query use hook. So I'm just going to go ahead and give it the use department hook. Then the fourth one, which is the dashboard listing. So we can just go ahead and give it dashboard department listing. So I'm just going to give it actually these two, since they are together, this and the, so you can drag two of them here. Okay, so I'm just going to say that they have given you all the necessary files for the department. So I'm just going to say that I will give it just the model for, I'll give it the model for, so you can see here in the department types, we basically give it like this. Okay, and then it sort of like starts from there. Okay, so the first thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to give you some instructions. So I will say that let's start with the product model. So I'm just going to say here is it's schema. So I just go ahead and get the schema. I can quickly get this schema from the API side here. App, just go to source, routes, products, and let's go to the schema. So we just get this big schema for it, just like this. And just going to say here, here is the product schema. Nice. And let's give you some instructions. I'm just going to say so your task is to create all those files. We need to do CRUD. Oh, there is one page, however, we forgot. Oh, I'm just going to attach one page. Oh, we forgot one page, which I think is crucial. So here on the dashboard page, so So just going to actually add also this. Okay. Just going to see here the page. So I'm just going to say that your task is create others files. You need to create the CRUD functionalities. So I'm just going to say that. However, there are some few changes you need to adjust in the current flow. So number one is going to be that for the form for the product form, so I just in this one I just want to take an approach of the field is to be fused. I'm just going to say for the product form, make the field is to be not more than 6. In the product form, make the fields be not more than 6. Add only the most important ones. Okay. Another thing I'm just going to add is like do not include the slug in the form. It will be auto generated. Okay. Then next is going to be that I think that is the one thing I'm just going to first change. The update. So I'm just going to say the update, the product update will not be done in the pop-up format that we used for create. Instead, we will have a dedicated page for the update form. Okay. So on update, so in the data table, I'm just going to say in the listing component, when we click on edit, we will route to the edit page. Okay, so let me hope that is somehow clear. So what do we expect it to do? Just going to do all other things. So I'm just going to add one more thing. Just going to say for context window, please do this in parts. Okay, so let's first see what it's going to do for us. Okay, so it is starting with the types. Let me start with the first two files. So it's starting the first two files, which is good. Like instead of giving it to do everything at once, you might just need it because it's going to make a lot of mistakes. So it can just like start with two files. So this, copy this. So let's go down to where we have the types. So I'm just going to write here for product .ts. It says that it already exists. So we already have product.ts. Okay, paginated response, stats data, stats card. Okay. Seems like it has the normal things. So let me see here. It doesn't seem like it have okay, let me just say maybe here. We already have this product. The problem is that just call this one another name. I'm just going to call this one item.ts. I will just add everything in here instead. Nice. So it created another file, which is the product serve action file. So copy this. And let's go the serve action. I will first go actions. So we already have also the products here. I can just say item.ts. Avoid just like conflicts. Maybe can I say items? Okay, so the types here is going to be item. Maybe we just say, okay, just go types item. And then is there anything else? Okay, it has to get now products, which we don't have. Then has get all products. Maybe this one is okay. We're just going to see how to change some of these ones. Products with categories. For now, we're interested in this get products. I'm just going to name this. We can just leave it as get all products. I don't know. Do we have already get all products? Okay. We could just actually, for this purpose, could just exchange it. Product by, yeah, we'll definitely need this product by slug. This one will be a must. And then get product by ID. I think we just need this more. Product by ID. Create product, that is okay. Okay, I'm just going to first leave these ones right now. Let me just tell it to go ahead and create the next things. So just going to say here, continue. So it has like get products, get optimized products here. Update products, those are okay. So we just know very well that the one we want is going to be on API products slash dashboard. Let me see. Oh, here it used the fetch for some reason. I think we just want to use this. Okay. I'm just going to simply copy this. Let me see the create. Did it use? Oh, okay. So the create it used the Axios. We just use this one, the one of Gate products. Just going to name this one as Gate actually dashboard products, just like this. So this is products slash dashboard. If you just go in the API side and just go to the side of the API. So if you look at this products slash dashboard, the response, however, this one, I'm just going to duplicate and make. I'm just going to make one which is going to be like a dashboard, product dashboard, like a dashboard product. Okay, so basically I'm just going to go here on a dashboard product. So the dashboard product is actually stopping on here. It has the ID name / price, ID name / image, so it doesn't have all these things. Is featured, is deal, they're not there. The buying, the price, not there. Stock, discount, all these are not there. Okay, so it has name / price. Okay, discount is actually there. So discount is there. Then the image, and then the stock quantity. So basically that's the data we have. Okay, so this is the dashboard product. It has the category. So here we have the category, which has the ID, which is going to be a string, and the name, which is a string, just like this. So this is the one that we'll use in here. So when it comes to the get dashboard product, I will just use this. Okay, let's see what it has done next. So we have this use query. It's going to copy this use product query. So use query or use departments. I'll create another one which is going to be use products. First of all, this is going to be items, and then this is also going to be the item. So instead of get products, we changed this here. So we just going to have this one as get dashboard products, like so. So this is the one we actually want to use on the dashboard listing. So here we have another one, which is going to be dashboard listing. I'm just going to say dashboard product listing. Okay, just going to go ahead and try to replace it with this one, and we see what errors do we have. So first of all, we have the product form and the types of the product. So I'm just going to remove that, and let's start with this. So wherever we have the product, I'm just going to put actually a dashboard product, just like this. Let's move it to all places. Okay, it added a lot of things, which is understandable, but we'll just remove all those ones in a minute. Okay, so one thing also that gets the filter here is the created art. So we can just actually include the created art. I'm just going to go back to the dashboard product, so you can work backwards. Here you can just like simply look for where we have the created art like this. Let me just go ahead and add it here. So we know very well that this is actually not there. So what I'm just going to do is scroll up back to the API source. Start with the schema. So in this, we can remove, so we have this dashboard response. So we can just go ahead and remove only created art. So after removing it from here, we need to go ahead and in the handlers, we need to go to oh, okay. Okay, it is here. So just going to go ahead and add created. Created art. I'm just going to make it true. Like that. Okay, so that that if you go back to the listing, it should just remove that problem of the created art somewhere. Then we have also this is active. Let's also add is active. So you can just go to the schema and let's see. Here, dashboard response, you can just also remove the is active. And then you just go back to the handlers and you can say is active to true. And you can go back to the types and then here you can just add is active. Like this. Okay. And now if we just go back to the dashboard. So other things, we don't need them. I'm just going to go down here. So let's get the product form, can't find product form. We can just get the product form here. So these other things, like the is active, is showing this if it is featured and if it is dear. So that if they don't want, they just go to this other one. The stock quantity is also checking if it has a low stock. In that sense, low stock is important. So I can just like go to the schema side. I'm just going to add low stock. And then after adding it, then I can just go ahead and add it in the item. Low stock alert. I think it is a number, right? I guess. So if you just go back here now, low stock is okay. Let's check on others. This one has to be the dashboard product. Okay, so just going to remove other things. So I'm just going to remove this. Product name. Okay, then here we have the export. We can just like leave others. Don't need to put everything. The ones which are not there, I'm just going to remove them. Okay. Okay, then we still have one error, which is on the product form, that we have not passed in the initial data. We can actually just also pass in initial data here, which is going to be something. I'm not sure which. Just going to pass like delete, and just like put right now the delete item, just like that. Okay. By the way, we could just like specify the initial data is not required. So if I don't put the initial data, then it should not complain, right? Because you see right now it says initial data is missing, meaning that the initial data in this form is actually required, which shouldn't actually be. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. And the product form, it should be right now working on the product form. So I just say here, continue. Just going to say continue. So you can see doing it in bits, it is much better. At this point, we should, let's see up here what it is using for fetching. We have a lot of unused code here. Just going to scroll down here. So it has the used products from use products. Just consult the products. I'm just going to first comment this. Okay. I should be able to. We have an error here. Okay. Yeah. So we have the products, and by the way, I think we just need to be putting the number of products. I'm just going to go to I'm just going to where we have this table and we have here the title and the subtitle. So we can just check on the subtitle. Oh, so even the subtitle comes from the page. So here where we have this title and subtitle, we don't have any way to access the products. It depends on how we want to do it. So we could just go to this table here, here, and we could just like add in like more. I don't know if we should just like put them like in the brackets here. So if we wanted to put them in the bracket, we could just do something like like this. And I put just for instance like the dollar title. And then I could just like put here like products.length. So we could just like put another one here, which is going to be like products.length. Something like that. Then she just like give me the number of products we have. 80 products. Okay. Yeah, I think this is okay. And I can transform this to all of them. Just copy this, go to banners, page, not page, this, and you can scroll down where you have the table, and you can do this. So this becomes like banners. Then go to brands, components, dashboard, scroll down to this. I don't know where the data table is right now. Okay, it is here. So you just paste this and this becomes the brands. Let's do categories. This will be categories. Finally, let's do departments. Okay, so okay, so that looks fine. So we have the 80 products, and if you just look here, we have 8 pages, which shows that there are 80 products. Okay. And we have all the units, the prices, and the status, and then they created. Now for the edit now, so according to how we said this, so I don't think there is any other page that we need. Oh, it actually even created the page even when we already have the page done. So the only thing we need is the form. let's see what it did with the form. So I'm just going to say product form. So we already have this product here, listing, dashboard, then the product form. Just do this and see what it did. Okay, it seems we have a lot of errors from that side. Okay, I'm just going for say types item. Generate Slack has not been used, so we still have a lot of problems in the 5 things it chose to add, like is active, is featured. So maybe I'm just going to give it what put in the form. Okay. So I'm just going to say that the schema for the product form schema, which it added here. So I'm just going to say that just going to say I want you to modify. So let's first look at the relationship between. So if we just go back to the schema, which is in the API, and you look at the product specifically. So if you look at the product and you look at the relationship with the category. So it shows here like the category ID is not even required, which is a good thing actually. So I'm just going to say, I want you to modify. So let's look at this, the things that are required. Other things like is active, is the featured, is a deal, they have default values. So we just need only things that cannot fail to be created, which is the price and name and Slack. I think these are the only ones. So just dictate what to put in here. So I'm just going to say, I want you to modify the product form schema to use to have only these fields. Okay. So we basically want the name, Slack. So another thing, you just need to give the product. Basically, by the way, what would determine this is I will duplicate this and let's go to the UI. So like we need the basic data to display like a deal product here. So we just need this, and you can see there is also the product summary. Okay, so I'm just going to say here we need the image URL, we need them Slack, we need the summary, we need the price and discount price. Is it like a discount price or the discount? I'm not sure. I'm just like seeing it from here. Okay. Maybe just going to say price. We could just like on these products, we remove even the discount. We just simply leave the price. But since we already have it there, okay. So I'm just going to go here. Okay. So I'm just going to say here, remove or others and leave, or leave only these ones. Is there anything I've forgotten? Price. I think those are the only ones. So just going to wait for a second to go ahead and change some of these things here. Okay, so let's add the product here, the form, see if it has updated. So I'm just going back to the product form. Okay, let's just see. I'll just change this to item. Okay, let's see now. So we have the name, slug, image, summary, and price. And then we have the discount. This sounds okay. Okay, so we have also the so these ones are optional and variable with even the slug. Okay, so I would want to look at this. In this case, the product doesn't actually even have the initial data, which actually makes sense because we will not need the initial data in this case. Let's see if I can actually open the model. So I'm just going to click on add new. Okay, so the model opens nicely. Create new product. It has the stuff here. Okay, so we just need to configure this as the product image. So I'm just going to go to upload thing. So I just need to go to the image component. So I'm just going to search for image. Okay, so here we have the image component down here. Okay, so here where we have this endpoint of product image, so you can just go to the API, upload thing core, and then where we have all these banner images, you can also add this product image. Okay, so that should be enough to make this one work. And just give it a second. Let me refresh actually. Okay, so as we type in the name, I think you can see that the product slug. So you can say the product slug is auto-generated. And I'm not sure if we need to show it. In my opinion, sometimes I don't want just like to show the slug. So I might just like not show the slug basically. And I don't know why this one is not showing. So we have the product image here in the core. Okay. Let me just go back the product form. So endpoint is set. I just want to remove the product slug, because if you look at the product slug, actually it doesn't have the on change. So I'm just going to remove this to clean it up a little bit. Okay, so now why is the image upload button not working? Everything seems to be okay, but for some reason it doesn't work. It is the endpoint. Upload button, we have the endpoint here. So this endpoint, that is supposed to have, like, if we wanted to, what if we wanted to give it type? So if I just give it like something here, you say it sees all these, that means it has a type. So let's just like see product image, right? Like this. So I would want to see the type here. So endpoint is of this type here. Bring all of them. So how do we get the type of endpoint? This is how it gets all of them automatically, like the argument of whatever this is. Okay. I just want to go to upload thing and see docs. Let me just put like endpoint. So you can see here it takes in the endpoint. I don't like the type of this. They are not they have not given us that type. So for now I'm just also going to leave it. Let me just leave it to be endpoint, and back to the form. This is product image. I don't know why it is not propagating properly to reflect here. Maybe it's now okay. Let me see. Refresh. I will also just open here the Jumia website to get just like a sample product to add. I'm just going to get this. Let's get this TV. Just going to save the image. Go back here. let's try to add a new product. So I'm just going to add this one as the test product. Then the image is going to be this. Description, this is a sample summary description. And then down here, I'm just going to add the price to be like maybe 200, the discount to be 10. Okay, so you can see it is also optional discount percentage. If wanted, we could just put these ones in a grid. But anyways, just like leave it like that. I'm just going to go ahead and try to create. Just see if this actually creates. Which it doesn't. Also, let's make sure in our API. So I'm just going to first go the first of all, let's first go to I don't know what's the problem with the schema. It is saying like raw stock is, oh, we already have the raw stock. Okay. I just want to look at the dashboard list. Why do I want to check? Oh, I wanted to check on the fact that we need to add the order by created at descending, just to make sure that the last ones are shown first. Otherwise, it can create and shows last, and then we don't see it. Okay, anyways, it is not there. Let's trace where the problem is right now. So what happens right now is that if we just go to our product form, data is submitted. So when it is submitted, we use, why are we sending all this? So we just simply need image. First of all, the image is set in here. So we just simply have to say that the product is going to be the image URL, not data.image, just like this. Product images, we don't need to initialize them. Just simply remove everything here and add only the data that we have done. I'm just going to do this. Raw stock, it has already a default value, I think. Then the category ID and the brand. So the data here, we expect to have this same thing, product form data here. Name, okay. The product, so this data is of this type. Then the mutate function. So I'm just going to go here and I just go to the use create product. So the problem now arises on this, what we are creating, the create product schema. So we already have that schema. I don't think we need to. I'm just going to simply change this create. Use the one that we used in the form. I'm just going to simply actually receive. I'm just going to receive this, the form data. Let me just actually export this. Okay. I'm just going to bring in the form data. Then even this create product, I'm just going to take in the form data just like this. Okay. And let's see, we are sending it at API post products. I think that should be correct. If you just go to post, okay. Body is required. If you just look at the required things, are only three: the name, slag, and the price. Those are the only three things which are required. So we should be able to submit this API post. And this should return the ID as we said. Let's also confirm that in the handlers. So if you just go to the create, here. So here we're just saying if the category exists, we just check if the category exists. That is if data.category ID. So if it is not there, then we just check the brand. If it is not there, then we check the existing by Slack, and then here, then we create the product. So we don't need to do this. I'm just going, in fact, say select. I'm just going to select only the ID to true. Now, in this case, we actually might need the ID of this or not, but we just need to return only the ID. So we can just go to the route here, more especially where we have the create, not this. Let's see where we have the create. So we have the create. I'm just going to have this response. Since in the response, we're just going to use the, we called this one, I don't know, we called it a response something. We just call it like response schema or something. Let me see in the, we saved it in the constants here. We called it post response. I'll just go here and I'll just say that here we just need to return the post response like this. So that's why it is now, okay? So if you just go back and you refresh and look at the response now, so if you just go post and look at the response, you only have the ID of the created, the ID of the created product. So here I'm just going to say in this, here I'm just going to say returns the ID of the created product. Okay, nice. So I think that is enough. Let's just go ahead and test again. This is on slash. Oh, okay. It's on slash API product. So this should just work, I think. But I think we just need to put in the steps where data are reached. So for instance, I'll just go to I'm just going to first minimize this. So I'll just go to the actions. Okay. I'll just go to the actions where we have this create product, and I will just simply go ahead and console.log this data at first here and then here. Let's just go ahead and try one more time. Refresh. Here I'm just going to call this test product. Test product, and let's go ahead and add the we could first leave it upload until we test the description. Price, just going to say 100, and it's going to be 10. Create. Just going to simply go to the console here, and we look at what we have. So the data reached here. Okay. You can see we have the name, image. Oh, actually, for some reason, we don't have the slug. Okay, so we have 422, which says something is missing. So basically, we need the slug. So let me just go back to the form. Because we have this slug, let's first see in here. Oh, actually, if you just look at this on submit, for some reason, actually, the slug is not added. Let's just add it. Data, okay, yes, the slug. Maybe I just removed it. Data dot slug, just like this. And you could just like propagate this, and you just get it on this the errors if you want to actually set that. So now let's try one more time. Test product, test description, price 100. And then this is going to be 10. Create. Yeah, so we have the test product. You can see this. It went ahead, and then we have a test product, and then you can see nicely that we have back only the ID of the created product, which is really cool. I love this. So now we have the test product. It says here the stock is of low unit. I don't know, we could have just like added in the form the stock of the product. I don't know. Or you can just like add stock maybe. Let me look at this, how it is named here. So you could just like pass in the stock quantity here. And so the only place to change it, actually, they're just like only two places. So you can just like add it here. Data.stock, So it is not on this, which is here. So you can just like do the same thing here, the way we did like price, and then you do this, and you're like stock must be positive, as simple as that. So after adding it there, then you can just go ahead and add it in the form. Now in the formula we have like this, the price, and then we have also the discount. So we can just like group two of these ones, like the grid equals to the gap of 4. Like add this and then add this. So the second one, the first one here is still the discount. So this one is going to be, can I just like do this? So it's going to be stock quantity, and just going to say here stock quantity, and then like input type. So we could just like remove these min and max. Placeholder, just going to say maybe okay, 0. Here have is loading on change pass target value. Okay, I'm just going to remove the description. I don't think it is necessary. Okay, so if you just go back to this, so down now you have this and this one. So because of this here, let's just also add it. Let me leave the description. So this is optional quantity stock quantity quantity. Since we have made it to be optional, so that means we could just go to this form. So make sure you just give it some stuff here. The stock quantity stock. Let's give it 0, even here 0. So you could just go this product schema right now, which is this one. And so we added it here like required. If we wanted, we could just also add these two ones at the end here. Okay, we could just like add this here to make it optional. So now we have also like now the stock and then the discount. Okay, so that is the easy part, I guess. So now the other part is routing to the detailed page. Now to the detailed page, we need to make it different, because we need to create actually tabs for the update. So I'm just going to prompt again for the that detailed page. But here you can just like come here and search. Let's search for the tabs somewhere. So you can see here update form tabs. So I'm just going to give it I'm just going to give it like the update how we want to do the update. So I'm just going to that for the product update form, I'm just going to say we will use the tabs. So I'm just going to say, so we will group the fields into tabs, and then for each tab we will also group the fields in blocks of 2, meaning we'll create a card with 2 fields that one can update, and then yeah, create a card with 2 fields that one can update. So I will give you some files you can use to create this. So I'm just going to go basically. So what we are meaning is, if you click on the edit, you have the tabs like basic information, inventory pricing, additional details, something like this. And then in each we have this card with the update. So that's what we want for the update here when we click on edit. So if you just go back here, we have these tabs here. So we'll have like the product edit page. So I'm just going to say, for instance, give it this. I'll say, where can I start from here? I'm just going to say, product edit page or update page, whichever. And then I'm just going to go ahead and get the code to add onto this. So you can copy everything here. And let me just add it. Next is, so if you have all this, then you have like update form. This was the page, and then this is now the like the form. The update form. So this, I'm just going to scroll down here. So this is the update form. So the form is the one which has tabs. If you just scroll down, you see it has these tabs. Then we are also going to give it like one tab. So like these are the tab components. Just going to copy this. So you can just first give it this one. Then you have the inventory pricing tab. I don't know if I should just like give it all of them or a few, but just want to give it the idea of what I'm talking about. I think that would be enough of the components. So it should just like, let's say in the additional details, what do we have? I don't think this is necessary now. Then we have the edit loading. This is okay. It is, this one is okay. the edit loading. So yeah. So I'm just going to say that given just going to say here, I've given you the files to give you the idea of how the product update page form should be. Okay, so I'm just going to say now, using the so we need now to base on the, let me just go to the item. So now based on this, it needs to create the one that uses this. Okay, so I'm just going to say using this product schema. Okay, please create the update page with the form and the tabs. Also create, I'm just going to say also create if necessary other files like server action. Just going to say remember for the update we are using patch. Okay, we are using patch, so we only send the payload of the fields being updated only. Okay, so let's see what it can do right now. So I'm just going to pause and then I'll just be back. Okay, so you just went ahead and did generate some things here. So we just need to simply put these ones wherever they belong. So I'm just going to go back here. So we need to create the edit page. So we have the dashboard, banners, categories, departments, products. So inside the products, we need to create, first, we just need to create the ID, just like this. And then inside the ID, we create the edit page, just like this. So then inside the page, we can just like put the page.tsx like that. And then this is why you put the edit page. So I'm just going to go ahead and put this. So if you just look at this, we need like get product by ID. This is in actions, I think item. And then we have the product update form and edit loading. We haven't done these ones. So we need to add these ones in the components. I don't know. We have components inside components. Let me move this up outside. I'm just going to move this. I'm just simply going to select this and this. I'm just going to move it into components. So you can just go ahead and delete this. Okay. So just going to put all our components in within this one. So I'm just going to say the product update form. So maybe we need, because we have a lot of other components. I'm just going to add these ones here actually. If you check in the page, you can see like these are in here. So in the edit, we're just going to have the product update form. So you could just select product update form.tsx, and then let's add this, the product update form. And then we have the edit loading. So we have the edit loading form. Okay, so if you just go back to the page again, this is on .edit loading. So here I'm just going to say also edit loading.tsx, like this. Okay, then next is base key info tab. So this is going to be inside the tabs. So if you just go in here, you see that these tabs, we are getting them from the tabs. Okay, so we'll create within this. Okay, we just have to create the folder for tabs. So I'm just going to say tabs. And then so just go here, basic info tab. So this is going to be basic info tab. Basic info tab.tsx, like so. The second one is the inventory. So I'm just going to go here. I will copy this, which is inventory pricing tab. Then just going to call this as the inventory tab, inventory tab.tsx. Okay, so this one is actually having some issues. If you look at it, let's scroll down. So you can see it is not complete. Let me first go and take these additional details. I'll just simply tell it, just repeat the pricing and inventory tab component because it was incomplete. Just like be completing. Let me just create the other one, which is just like the others additional details. So I'm just going to come here and I create additional details .tsx like this. So I will just go and start like fixing all these errors in a second, but I just also give it a chance to finish actually this one for the pricing and inventory card. Now what I don't know is, or what I forgot to give it is for the multiple images, because they suppose to have the the multiple images. So just go back to the inventory. Let me add this. Okay, so now let's start from the page. So in the page, it has this loading and it has also the form. So here we don't have any errors. If you go to the second one, which is the product form, so here info tab, I think this is okay. Basic info tab. So what we can just actually do is we could just like remove all these, and for even this one, I think it changed a little bit. This is supposed to be maybe item. So I'm just going to go where we have these tabs, basic info tab, import this, where we have the pricing inventory tab, and then the additional details. Let's go to the tabs. The first one, this one, is looking for the product. Let's point it in the item. And let's go this one, probably the same thing, item. And lastly, let's also point this one in the item. Okay, so it looks like everything is good right now. So if we go to page, edit page, let's first go back to the components and we go dashboard. This, I'm just going to go to where we have the handle edit. So if you see here now that we pass in the item and we are pushing to dashboard products, which is good, dashboard products, and then product ID edit. So that's the right place. So if I just go back to in here, and by the way, does the delete work? I'm not sure if that the delete work. Didn't test the delete. Oh, it actually works. So let's just create again the test product. This is a test. Price of 100 and discount is going to be 10, stock 200. Let's create. So now the other thing is the edit, since the create and delete works. So if you click on the edit, we should route to this product detail page, at least. I don't know what happened, or if, oh, okay. It has routed there, but doesn't look fine. Let's first go to that page, the edit page. Okay, it tried to get these. I like that it put them here. It's like you can replace with the actual API calls. I don't know, should they come from this side? We might just like put them their side. They just like, we're going to see. But one thing we could do is the container. So this, we could just like add padding of 16 or something. I don't know. Or even add the max width. Okay, that looks okay, I think. So this tab is the active one. Okay, that's not bad. So we have this. So update the name and slug, update the image and summary. Then we have so this we're going to replace, I feel like for the description, we're going to use our description thing. Then we have the category and brand, where we're going to fetch them. Nice. Then in the pricing and inventory, we have the main pricing. So we have the selling price, discount, cost, and so we have the buying and the deal price. Then we have stock and low stock, and then we have this featured thing. Okay. Lastly, additional details, product images, URL. So I think like it did it like you add like one, then like you add another one like that. No, we're not going to do that. So this is why we're going to put the whole entire gallery thing. Then also we have frequently bought together. This one also needs to be changed or updated. And then metadata. Okay, I think this is just like the current thing, like the product ID. I think this is also good because you might just like want the product ID for some reason. I don't know, but this is a good thing. So the only thing that we just need to do is for the frequently bought, we need to make this a select. So you like select and then like add and like the IDs. Okay, so basically what I want to first test is, does this actually work? So if I just say updated, just like this, and then like update, I simply want to see if this actually updates. Okay, so one thing also I think for the update, since we are not fetching this data, what are we using to fetch this data? Okay, so since we're using this the server side to fetch the data, so if we're using the React query to fetch the data, then that would be fine for the updating of this. But since we're using the server side, later I don't know if we should use the server side or because we could just like do the whole fetching of the product brands and everything within inside of the product form. Okay, do we have, I'm just going to go to use product for a second. At this point I don't know which one is even much better for sure, but there is this use product, which is actually getting get product by ID. I think it's calling the same thing here. Yeah, get product by ID. Let's go and see. Get product by ID. Where are we? Get product by ID. Yeah, it is calling the same thing here from the action items. So the only thing we could just like get is get this ID and then pass it in here, and then we can fetch everything from that side. And now with that we can actually have the courtesy of that, or because the only thing we get from the use product hook, this is supposed after you see, for after the update, it just goes ahead and invalidates queries, and that's where we are supposed to actually have. Also for the detail, you can see query key invalidate queries also is getting this for the detail ID. So that's why we could get this updated. I'm very sure if we reload this, we could find that this is already like updated, but it did not update when we updated. So there are two ways we can solve this problem. The first one, we could just get the product. We could just get the we could use this use product hook, this one, because it gives us the same thing. So like let me just go here and I show you. So we could just do something like this. So I'm just going to first like go the edit page. Let me duplicate it to remain with the copy before I destroy it. So you could just like have this page, and the only thing I would do from here would get the ID. I'm not going to get this product. Maybe the one thing that I could just say, if there is no ID, so I would just get the product, and then here I would just only and only pass in only one thing. So I would pass in here the only the ID is equal to ID. I could pass in the ID, and then I just go to the update form, and you could remove all these actually, and all these. So here you could just come here and I just say, okay, const, I could pass in the ID, and the ID is a string. So you see, the first thing we assume is that we have the product. So we need to get those things that we were assuming from here. The products, brands, and all that. So we need the product. Actually, just a second. Okay, I'm just going to say, we need the product, then brands, and then the categories. So these are the things we need on this page, basically. So we could just start by getting those things. So you can just like go to any of the pages, like the product listing, and on that you can just like go ahead and just get this same thing like that. In fact, yes, also get this is error, just if there is any errors. So I'm just going to go back to the to this. So I could just like first do the first one like this. Let me first get the table error. So we could just like first get the product in this case, and we could just say use product. And I don't know what this is exported as. So this export. We need to pass in the ID. So return. Okay. I think I'm just going to change just so in this update, so here this need to pass in, I think, the ID, just like this. And now this is supposed to be getting as data, then you can rename it as a product. So I could just like actually ask for this update in the for this specifically, this is the product update form. Okay, just going to say like for the product, let's say I want to make some changes in the product update form. Let's say instead of products, brands, and categories entering as props, they will be fetched using React query within the component. So I'm just going to say, so make the update. So make the so I'm just going to update this component. Sorry. So just going to go ahead and just make the update. Basically what it's going to do is go ahead and like for the I'm just going to select for the brand. So because it's saying here that okay, is error brand, is product, okay, yeah. So is here fetch brands is trying to fetch data refetch error is product. Okay, then for these ones is trying to actually fetch them from here and from here. We also have the hooks for them, so we might just like actually go ahead and use that hook. Let me just copy this and replace it here, like so. Let me hope I replace the right thing. Let me just first remove all these ones. Now for the these functions that we are mocking here, I'm just going to actually first remove these ones. Okay, so for the product is good, it has gotten the from the use product, which is nice. Now fetch brands, so you could just actually fetch them right away from here, or we could use the same approach because we also have the use brands. Okay, like this, we have the use brands. So what we could do is if you just go to the brand listing, so if for instance, if I just say want to brand dashboard brand listing, you will find that on top here we have the brands. So we can just like simply get this from use brands. Okay, so I'm just going to go back here where we have the brands, fetch brands. We just do this. Now, as you can see, like we have the options. We might just have to go ahead and get them. The brand options. Let me just do the same for the categories. So I know that this might be the same thing. We could just say categories. Let me first go back to the original one before we did this. So for the brand, they just paste here. So this is the brands. So we need to create the brand options because the brand options that we here, the ones we need that they will be needing to be of ID and value. These ones. Then we have is error. Where is error? So here name is error as is error brand. So here you can rename this. In fact, just do this is loading. We don't need refetch with this, and then we have also the error. You can also just put is loading is brand loading like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out. It seems like in the use brands we don't have the is loading. We could also just like put is loading just like this. Okay, and then return it. The same thing with the categories. So you can just so like get this, and then let's expose it. Okay, so now I'm just going to go back to the product update form. So we have this. Mind you, we need the brand options because this one comes when they have brand. We're just going to do the same thing for the categories. So we'll just say const data category. So yeah, I'm just going to say categories. Okay, Oh, you can actually just like give this like start when it is like an empty array, which is nice. Then here just going to say use categories. Okay. Now if you just go to use categories, we could just say that. So here we have already renamed it as categories, I believe. So if you just went to dashboard category listing, you would find this used as directly as categories. So if you just come here, you see you get the categories actually themselves. So here we don't need data, we just get the categories themselves. Okay, so this is good. Okay, so what we need to do is create this option thing. Okay, so down here I can just say const. So const, I just need to create the brand options, which is going to be the brands dot map, which is going to give me an item here. What I just want to return is going to be return ID, which is going to be item.id, and then the value. Okay, we have the label and value, not ID. So we have the label, which is going to be item.name. Is it title? Yeah, so item.title, and then the value is going to be item.id to be the value. So do this for also the category options. So this is going to be category options. So this is going to be categories just, and then this is going to be name, I guess. Okay, so that's what we want. Let's look at this. Import the info tab, bring in these tabs. Okay, so it seems like we don't have any errors. However, here we have a number of errors. I'm wondering where they gotten maybe from app. So we don't need the category options. We don't need the brand options. Then up here we can just go ahead and remove this, and so we also don't have this. Okay, so where are the errors inside here? Oh, okay. So the errors come here because we have this product name and all this actually within this one here. So interesting. So what could probably happen is just like moving this block to inside. I'm not so sure, because if you look at this, everything is in the container. So basically we could just like get this, cut it, and just take this inside before the tabs. So here we have the tabs. So we could just do something like, and like maybe basically like this. I don't know. move these here. We could do something like this. We have now more problems. Button. Then we have the link component. The arrow left. So yeah. So if we wanted, actually, we could just take this. We could just take it inside where we have this. So this class name here, instead of having them like the fragments, so we have them there, and then that means this we don't need. Okay. I don't know what's going to happen, but according to our plan, everything should now play out. Okay. Let's go here. I'm just going to do this. Okay, so the loading, which one is the loading that we are seeing? I'm not sure which one we are seeing, because it whichever loading we are seeing. Let me see this. Is it this the loading? Yeah, this is the one. So since we gave this to be padding of 16, probably maybe this should be MD, maybe others should be like padding of 8 or something. So I'm just going to go here and we'll do the same thing, like padding of 8, MD, padding of 16. Like when it is loading, it shouldn't just do that. Okay, so now since we have the brands, so if we just go to select brands, so we have the brands. The problem is the one it used for selecting, this is not the one we want to use. Okay, so we just need to update that. So basically, we still have a lot of things to update, fix this, like this side. But let's start with this, since this is the first one. So we need to move these updates. Okay, so like right now it doesn't have the category. So if I just do, oh, by the way, let's first check if now it works. If I just like now change this and I remove it, like does this now update in real time? Yeah, so you can select these updates in real time, which is cool. Oh, okay, so now that means like we can select the brand and then the category. So this is what we want first change. These two here, the category and brand. Okay, I'm just going to delete this old page. We don't no longer need this one. So going back in here, we're just going to look for where we are passing the brand options and the category options. So if you look at these, they just go in the basic info tab. We have the brand options and this. So basically we have to go and check in the basic info tab. So in the basic info tab, we also need only the brand category card. So in this card is where we are getting these category options and the brand options. And in that's where we just need to make the updates. Instead of using this one, we just need to use the actual thing. Okay, that sounds good. So what we basically need to do is replace it with, so I'm just going to go to, let me just go to, you could just go to the subdocs. Okay, just go to the subdocs here. Just go under where we have Next.js, and then down here go to reusable components. So under reusable components, we just need form select. We already have form select in our components, I believe. So if you say form select, we already have it, so you shouldn't worry to install it. The only thing is to actually use it. So we just need to just click on usage, and this is how the usage we need to do. First, I need just to get the form select only, form select. So this one is going to go ahead and replace where we have this whole thing. I'm just going to go to this grid. So remember we have this grid. So I'm just going to go ahead and comment out this one. I'm just going to simply first add the form select like this. Import the form select. Okay. And if you look at this one was brand. So the first one is actually categories. So these ones are going to be categories. And then like these options, this is where we put the options, which are already the category options. And now the third one is the selected. So these ones, actually, when you just look at this, we have them above here. So I'm just going to go ahead here and copy this. The way it is actually 3 lines. So go on top here. I'm just going to, so you can see we have category ID, set category ID. For this, we're just going to simply first do this. So we are getting the initial category ID. So the initial category, initial category ID. So this comes from the product dot category ID. So this should just like give us the category ID. So this is the initial one, meaning like when a product has this, so this is the initial one. Then we go ahead and get now the initial category by getting the product, the category options. Okay, like this dot find, and then we get the item dot value, and then so whatever we get that equals to this using the find method. So this gives us the initial category. Then we say here the selected category. So this is going to be selected category, the selected category, and then it's going to be set selected category. Like that is equal to the initial category. So this one we have here. So you can see it is option or undefined. Then we use now this is what we use in the selected and also the set selected. Now here we add where to add the new category. If you want to add a new categories dashboard, categories, no new, just like this dashboard categories. So since we have changed one, does not necessarily mean that we changed in the handle update. So handle update, they are checking if category, I don't know what they are checking in here, or they're trying to get if there are no changes that were made. So they're trying to say if category ID is not equal to, so if you look at their category ID here, is this initial one, I guess, because they're not using it anywhere. So it is this initial category, or you can just like use this one. I don't know. Like, why don't we just simply use one, like, let's see why they're using it. So if the initial category ID is not equal to data.category ID is category ID. How comes, how would the initial not equal the okay, I'm just going to fast forward with that. So this one is going to be the, oh, I think for us the things change because for us we're using this the selected category now. Okay, so we can just use the selected category instead here. So if the selected category dot, so now if we wanted the selected category here, since this is equal the initial category, we could just like, if we try to remove this n here, it might give us like some errors down. But now if you look at the selected category is of type option. So here you can just say dot and it will have the value like so. So if it's not equal to this, okay, if they're not equal, then we say data.category ID to selected dot value. So here we're just giving it a new value, I guess. Then the same thing we're going to do it for brand. Okay, just going to do the same thing for brand. Okay, we have some errors within here. It is just on the selected category. So you say option or undefined inside the option. So this or undefined, we could just say as option. Yeah, so just like have this. So we have to do this the same thing for the brand. We need three things like this. Initial brand category, sorry, brand ID, which is going to be brand ID. Then you need the initial brand, which is going to be brand options. So you have this equal to initial brand ID here. So get the initial brand, and then from it, we just need to get this here, selected brand, and then here set selected brand. Now we just go down here. So instead of this, we're just also going to go ahead and comment out this. And then I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this. Make this one to be brands. Then brand options. Then it's going to be selected brand. And it's going to be set selected. Set selected brand. Add new brand. And then dashboard brands. Okay, so this looks good. Let's go and see if it makes sense. Now we have category and brands, which are like this. So before we do anything, we can first go ahead here on top, we change the same thing here. So we have data. So I'm just going to say if selected brand the value. So here selected brand is not equal brand.id brand id data dot brand id is equal to going to equal to this. Okay, then otherwise, so here is changing, trying to see if there are no changes made, and then so I just like test. So if you try to update without selecting anything and try to update, it should tell us that there is nothing, but I'm seeing it updating. Let me first refresh, because it is sending nothing. Okay. So I think idea the when there is no data, like in this case, it should be disabled even. It should not allow you to update anything. So I don't know anyways how you can check that if there is nothing data.length. I just want to do this. Let me first go ahead and do this. Comment this. I want to go ahead and consider log also this. So if I just try to click on this, it is saying length is 2. And if you try to consider log data, let's do this. Okay, so here is saying the brand and the category is they are all null. So basically this. So I'm just going to do something else, because here the object.keys and if is not equal, then toast no changes made. I don't know that. Maybe the first change that we could just check is if no brand ID, just select here, no brand ID, or if no category ID. Where do we find brand ID? And because where are we using the initial brand? It's supposed to be used somewhere here. So this is supposed to be removed also. So here we're going to use this selected. Just going to use this. If the selected the value or this selected brand, the value, just like that. Then we can just first say no changes. So in that case, if I try to update, I guess, yeah, no changes to update. Okay, then in that case, we could also just use this maybe for this button, because I think we have here disabled. Oh, it is already here, dot pending. Or we could just also add these if we have this, they are all like disabled. So you can see like it's disabled. You don't even need to first submit to know that there are no changes at this point. Okay, so if we select something, oh, okay, so I'm not sure what has happened. So it's saying they cannot read properties of an undefined category, brand, card. Cannot read properties of an undefined reading value. Let me see. It says 366. Let me see. So it is probably inside here. Because the category options are there. Because that's why we are seeing them. You can select them. Question is, why are we having the error then? It is cannot read properties of an undefined. Okay, where do we have the value? I think it's this ones. So we could have this check first before doing anything, I guess. Before we just go this side down. Okay, so let me just try to go this side. Now I cannot know what that is all about. Why does it do that? So it says that tree server if type. Okay, so I'm just going to first maybe comment some code and then I see if this. Okay, so if I just come here and I actually comment this code like this. Okay, let's just see now. Okay, so if I try now to do this, come on. First of all, let's first go ahead and print out. I'm just going to go ahead and not to, so I'm just going to say console.log category options and the brand options to be sure that these are actually there. Okay, so if you look at the first one, the second one, so if I just do this, we have all these. label and the value. Then we have the second one, char6, label and the value. So like the label and value thing, that one is confirmed. We have them. So that is good. So the question is, where do we get the problem? It's probably not even on handle submit, on handle update, because that comes on the button. Because if you look at this will come when you click the button, but this happens when you try to actually change this. So if you look at set selected category, is it because of this? Okay, I'm just going to say, for instance, remove these. Okay, and let me just simply say that this can actually be maybe any or something, and then also this, I'm just going to say it can be any. So let's go ahead and see if I try to change, because it might be changing it and something is happening. Okay, just try to change this. Okay. I'm just going to go and look at, oh, it seems like there is actually something on the console here. Here we use suspense query. What could be the problem? I don't think it has anything to do with React query at this point. It has to do something with the form select itself. Okay, so what I'm saying, I'm just okay. For the brands, it is okay. And for the category, oh wait. No. Let me just first refresh. So you answer it is now okay. Wait. I don't know what is going on right now. To be sincere. So if you first select the brand, then everything is okay. I think invite prop data slot supplied to React fragment. React fragment can only have key and children props. That is when the button.tsx. Okay, that's something, that's a problem of another day. The problem we have at hand is if you select, so does this have something to do with I'm not sure if this has something to do with the category themselves, or because this card already receives the brand options, because those brand options were done, we did them from somewhere else. If you first select the brand, everything is okay. But if you first select the category, then there is a problem. So how did the categories being fetched? Let me just go to product update form. So this is where we are getting the brands and everything. So if you look at the brands, we are getting the brands from this here. Use brands, and use brands is using use suspense query, the same thing. Okay. If you go to use categories, it is using the same exact same thing. It has the categories, passes them to the update form. We also get them here. You can see the categories, and then we have the brands. Is error loading. So we have everything the same. Then we just get them, then we pass them to come to the basic info, then finally just come to the card brand. So what is the problem? What I've just noticed right now is if you start with the, when you select and you start with the brand, you don't get the problems. But if you start with the categories, you get the problem. So if you start by selecting the brand, you have no problem. Now, if you select the storage, it has no problem. If I refresh, I start with the category, then we have problems. So if right now I just come and start with the category, there we have problems. Okay. So for some reason, it is saying that the actual problem seems to be on this line. Cannot read properties of an undefined. Okay, what did we do on the category options, and we didn't do it on the option category options? Selected category, selected category. The same thing, have the brand options selected, then selected brand. Let's just go maybe over it one more time. We get the initial category ID, which can be the product dot category ID or undefined. Then we get this initial thing. So initial category is category options dot find. We have the item. So we have the item dot value is equal to this. This can be also optional or undefined. This is the same thing the way we're finding the initial brand ID, product the brand ID. This is category ID. Then we have the initial brand, we have brand options, here the category options, the find item, then item the value, which is equal to the initial brand ID. Here is initial category ID. Then we come the selected category, which is set selected category, use state, and then we pass in the initial category. This is the same thing with for the brand. Okay, so I don't know what is being triggered when you select okay, so when you select, this will be selected category or this will be triggered. Okay, another idea I just have in mind. Let me first comment this here. Just going to go ahead and comment this here, and I remain with only the brands. I'll just like simply refresh here. Meanwhile, I'm also just going to give this I can just like first maybe, okay, let's first finish here our investigation. So here, if I select the brand, so the brand basically for it has no problem whether it is one or not, it has no problem. Okay, the problem we have it when it is this here. So let me just put this and let me comment this one. Okay, so I wonder what is that. Okay, one more thing I just also want to understand, is it specifically just because I'm like thinking like there is one category which has like a problem, or what's exactly the problem with that? So just like select any other category like makeup. So it doesn't matter, it still have the problem. So you say that the above error occurred in the category brand component, was handled by the error boundary error category card, which is in the info tab, which is in this one. So you're saying basic info tab at line 37. I think that we're not going to go this side, because I think if we just go to, I don't know why did it say like that? Basic info tab. Come on. What is the problem? Just going to first remove this. Let me just first console log this. The category options. Okay. So we have the category options. They look really perfect. There is no any problem. We have the label and the value. Label and the value, exactly like all others. So what seems not to be right? when we trigger. So what happens if you click on this? What's being triggered is the set. So when you click on this, remember we have passed in the set category options selected, and then set selected. Let me look at it. Like, it looks really harmless, right? Wait, why set selected brand is not used? Oh, okay. It's supposed to be here, and we have commented it out. Okay. So what is triggered is in the form input, form select input is we have this, we have the select. This is where it has everything. So you can see, like, on change, when we do the change, it has access to this item, the on change, and then sets this option to this item here. Okay. And this is the one that we passes in the set selected, this one here. It's going to have access to this. And now the item, select options, the options, and then the ones as you can see, the set option is here. So at that point, I don't know where they have the basic info. Let me first go back to the here in the docs. We have the okay. I'm just going to first give it this to ChatGPT. Maybe so it can maybe identify the problem. So let's say here I have updated the category brand card to use my form select component. Okay, just going to do this, but I have a small problem. Okay, when I select the category, I get an error. Do you notice anything that would cause an error? And maybe here, I don't know if we still have the error here. So you select get the error. Let's go to the that would lead to this somewhere to this error, maybe here. Let's see if it can notice something. It's saying that looking at the error in your code, the issue is online where you're trying to access the selected brand value. Selected brand of value, but selected brand is undefined. The problem is in the part of your code. So here we have initial brand. Then you have the selected brand, which is the selected brand. So when initial brand is not found, okay, returns undefined. Selected, the selected brand becomes undefined. Then later when you try to access selected brand value, it throws an error. Okay, so it has added null or unsafe property access. Okay, so you just look at the basic info tab. That's the problem, is we are only interested in only one card, which is this one. So it put back, this doesn't help. It just replaced it with its own component. And okay, anyways, I just like first put this owner. So I'm just going to say here, or the same thing on here, owner. I don't think that solves the problem. Anyways, so I'm just going, if it doesn't, I'm just going to take like some few seconds, first fix it, then I'll be back with the solution. But let's just like try our best luck first. I always leave these the errors so that you see how I debug, rather than just like coming out of the blue having the solutions. Okay, so it seems like it's persisting. Let me just like take some few seconds and I'll be back. So after debugging for a while, so I've debugged and debugged. I feel I'm even tired at this point, but what I've just decided to do is to interswitch and put the brands. I've switched everything. I've done almost it is taking me more than even 1 hour to debug this. So I'm just going to simply right now do a temporary solution that we have, that if you first select the brand, then you can select the category. So I'm just going to go with that. So I'm just going to go here in the let me just go in the basic info tab. So I'm just going, so you can see I've interswitched them. I've even tried to switch the options. So here I'm just going to put back the category options, and then here I'm just going to put back the brand options. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that at that so that we can actually move on to another thing. So the next thing is we are done there. So on this page, we're not updating anything. So the next page that has things to update is going to be these two here. Most of the product images gallery on how to do this. So just going to do the same thing we did like for if you know there is one we have for the image, right? So let me just see this card here. So there is why we have this product image, and then it has also the update, just like this. We're just going to use the same in this case. So I'm just going to go and I'm just going to look for where we have this other additional details. So if you go to additional details, we have the product images cards, where we have product images set to the string array, and then it has this like so, and then they have set new image, where you just keep on like add image, and then it has this. We don't want to use this, instead just want to use the one which uses this. Okay, I'm just going to use the marked image upload. So we have another one which is we have marked file uploader, and we have also marked image input. So you can use any of these ones, but just use the multiple image input. So I'm just going to go to, I think I should just like copy this card for some reason. You know, should I just like copy that card? Let me see. Okay, I think need this here. Just going to copy the what do I need to copy? Let me just go to additional info, where we have product images. So while we have this, I'm just going to remove all this one here. Maybe I simply comment this, I don't know. Okay, let me just comment this, and then inside here I'm just going to put image input, just like this. So if you look at the options we have, also they're like this. So you can add the title, which is going to be the gallery images, product images, actually product images. Then here we're just going to have the product images, because if you look at this, should be a string array, and then the set images should be set I don't know, let's first look at this, set product images, and then finally just going to pass in the endpoint. So they just go to the API, just going to search for core. So we just need to go ahead and pass in something like this here. So I'm just going to come in, and you can just say product images. So the only thing we just add in, I have max file size. So you can just have the size, and then you can pass in max file count. So here we just go ahead and put in a comma and just add the max file count to be 4. So the maximum of 4 images. The max file size, I don't know if it's like the size of 1 or the size of total, but let's just like put this. Let's go back. I'm just going to go to additional details. So endpoint is going to be the product images, just like this. Okay, so you can see choose files and images up to 1 MB. I think we can just say maybe for each 4 MB. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and choose files. So you can choose this. Just need images which are maybe a bit small. So you can choose this. Choose also this. So there are two images. I just want to see how these are displayed. So since we have also the default, we can just give it the default images. Okay, so you can see we have these two images here. And if we just need to control them, they look like they are really big, trying to occupy the whole entire place. Which is okay, I guess. I'm just going to simply go back here in this additional info. The one thing that they want to change is to give the default values. So like this add image is no longer necessary. There is why we have let me see, this is why we have these this one, because this one is going to be not having anything. So here we can just like pass like default dot png. I don't know if that is the image. Let's check in the public. Yeah, we have default image.png. Okay, so we have this. So you can just go ahead and add like 3 of them to be the default images. So if I refresh, so here doesn't look like we have the default images. I'm not sure why these ones are not showing up. I think because I can just like say here const default images. I'm just going to say that if product dot images and product dot images the length is greater than 0, if this is true, then we put this, else we just add an array of these ones. Then here we can just simply add the default images like so. Yeah, so you can see like now these they are showing up for images. Maybe the CRUD, we should maybe make it a little bit smaller here. So I'm just going to say dot max width of 2xl dot mx auto. Yeah, so we can just like leave it at that. Here we had planned, I think, for, oh, okay. Since there are 4 images, we can just go ahead and make also these ones to be 4 images. Saying that the current image are 3. Let me just refresh. Oh no, which one is additional? Okay, so we have these 4 of them. Maybe we could make these 3 Excel to make them fit. So there is one thing also we change. Let me see. Okay, the size have remained the same irrespective, which I'm just going to leave it like that. Let me remove this. So I think this should just like work like when you just like upload, then these images be then you can just like update the images, then to go ahead and save these ones. So the width, the max width of this, I think this one also has its own max width or something. Okay. They have the height, but they have width is full. Then other images, they have this width is full. Okay. So you can also just have width is full. I'm not sure if that one will make a change. Let me see if I add a border. Oh, that is the max width 3. Let's first try 4. So it doesn't matter the one we are putting. I think it's just like being limited by the card width. I think that's true. Like this is being limited by the card width. Do we need to change the card width? I'm not sure if we should do that. What happens if you give this card? Anyways, I'm just going to first leave that one that you can just go ahead and make this maybe much better. I'm just going to leave it at that. They just leave it at 2. I'm just going to remove this also the border. Okay, let's focus on now this here. So this is going to be the same thing that we did. The difference is that we just need to make a couple of changes in the other component. So in this, we might just need to fetch also the products. Okay. The problem is that actually these things we're using in these for selecting and so on, they don't need to be having a lot of data on them as we're using them really all the time. I was also thinking like we could just like do one that gets all these, like gets all the brands, give us the categories, and also give us the this. I think that would be nice if we could have the categories. Let me try to do that endpoint. So you could just like do one endpoint. Let's just go back to the API source route. Now we can just like add it. I don't know where we can add this. Maybe under stats. Okay. I'm just going to go under here. If we could add in like some schema. So this is going to have like almost the same schema. So just need like, for instance, a brief. I'm just going to call this a brief schema. Item brief schema, like this. It should just have simply you simply have the, I'm just going to add this, simply have like the ID, it's a string, and since we just want them to be ID and in fact just going to create this label. Okay, I just say label and then the value like this. Only the two things supposed to be all of them string. Okay, so we just need to use this somewhere. So if I just go ahead and I create another route, so we have I think like 1 or 2 routes of list. I'm just going to go ahead and just say brief items, create route. I'm just going to call this as brief items. Like maybe just append stats, like stats brief items. Gate, then the response is going to be this is going to be an array, so probably we just go here and get so the response going to be z dot array. So here the response is going to be like array of brief let's see, we called it item brief schema, so that's what I'm going to use here. Let's go ahead and export this. So export, and then just come back here, and then we can use it here. I don't think we just need to make this authorized. So this is going to be a public thing. Yeah, just remove this. I'm just going to go here and just going to say brief. Items route. This is going to be brief. So get this. Let's go ahead and use it in the handlers. So in the handlers, you can duplicate this. You can just come here and you say brief. Brief items. And this is going to be brief items route. So basically what you just need to get here is you're just going to first get Prisma dot. So we need the categories for now. We don't need someone to be logged in for this. So we need just have the categories dot find this, and then we're just going to say select. So here just have to be ID and maybe the name. Okay, then the products. So we need categories, we need products. So I'm just going to simply actually I'm just going to first remove all these up here. So we have the categories. Let's have the brands. So here's going to be brand. Okay. Then after that is going to, so this one is sync data. Then after is going to be products. And this is going to be title also. Oh, sorry, this is going to be product. This becomes a name. Okay. So we have those three. Now we can just create the options. So const like brand. We can start the category options. So const category options is going to be equal to categories dot map item. I'm just going to go ahead return label, which is item, in this case item dot name, and then the value is going to be item dot id, just like this. Okay, so down here just going to do the brand and the product. So just come here and say that this is going to be brand, is going to be brands, and this is going to be so the last one is products. Here's going to be products. Okay, so this is going to be dot data. Okay, so we have all these, so we can just come here and return. So what we could just like return would be an object. So you could just like add them in some object like this. Let's just look at this return. So we said that in the brief item route, we could just look at this. Oh. So this is label and value, but what we want to return I'm just going to say like items response schema. We just need to return like brand options, which is so it's going to be the dot object of this, I think. No, is going to be z dot array of this one. The same thing for all of them. So 1, 2, 3. We have product, and we have category, like so. So this is supposed to be the one to go in the route here. So this is going to be z dot, it's supposed to be things supposed just to be the schema item. So this side, you have the options. So supposed to return product, brand, and category options like that. So if you go ahead, let's register this route. So we can just like go ahead and copy this. I don't know what we call this. If you go routes, we have brief items. So you can just go index this. Okay, you can just go to stats here. Let's go to stats, where the stats last here. Let's refresh. We have another one, and if you just go ahead and hit this, so it gives us an object with product options, and it also gives us now like these other ones. So for instance, category options, brand options. Okay, so I'm just going to go and I will use this route. So it is, let me see, this route is on the stats brief items. So if we just go to one of these, use something, let's say use products. Okay, so we're just going to go ahead, or we have like these use products here. We're just going to create another one called use brief items. Brief items. So for the query key, maybe, I don't know. I'm just going to say that here, query key is going to be items. Then for this, just going to go to items. Let's do this. So here we can just call something like get brief items. I'm just going to simply add this somewhere. So slash stats brief items. So whatever we return back is not going to be this. Whatever we're going to return back brief items list object. This is going to contain three things. It's going to have category options. It's going to be label and value, just like this. Then the second also there will be 3. Then we have brand, and then here we're just going to have the product. 3 of them. So this object is what we get back. Okay. That's what we get back here. I'm just going to put this. It's not an array. It's just like an object like this. So now if we call this in the use product here. Okay. If I just call this, I just want to go to the edit base key info or other details, additional details. So okay. So we need to pass in, if we're just going to use it in this component, related products CRUD. Is this where we have it? Yeah, they frequently both together. So this is in this CRUD here. So if you just go to the product update, this is where we're fetching these options, all of them are here. So instead of all these now, we could actually fetch once. Okay, you could just come here and you say, for instance, items, like that, and then you say use items. I don't know, did I just say use brief items? I can first remove everything. Oh, let's just call these items. Then here is going to be items, which is going to be items. And just go back to the update here. So we have the items. Then along with these other things that we can rename, maybe like this. So you can say is error is items error, and then it's going to be items is loading. It's going to be is items loading. We can also just add, I think the loading is loading, and even here you can return is loading. So now this object we get here for the items, so if I just go back now, that means I can first comment this. And also, so for now, we can leave the fetch for that. but I'm just going to go to where we have is items loading. You can remove the brand, and if there is error, then here there is items error. Like that. Then even here is, this is going to be the items error. Now these options, like the brand options, the category options. Okay, so the item itself, we can destructure it. So I think down here we could say that const, so we can just have this is equal to item, I think items. Then in here you can just like have, we destructure this to like brand options. It says the does not exist on is undefined. So we can just say if also if no product or no items. Okay, so now we have the brand here. We can have category options, and we can also have product options. And now we can pass whichever we want. Now we can pass these brand options to brand options. Just a second. The brand options we have here. Oh, okay. So if you just go back up here to where we have, so just going to also comment this. If you just go back to here, and now you look at the get here, this one, this object inside here, all these ones are actually arrays. So this is an array. So let's go back. Yeah, okay, so here I'll get the items. Now we pass them down like so. So one more is what we want to pass the product. So you can select this one takes in these. Now another one, the additional tab should take in the product options. So here we have category options like this. Just going to have product options. Product. We can just like actually copy the action name we have here. Product options. Is equal to product options. And if you go the detailed page, I can put comma, this, and can put this. So these product options should be I think option from this, like so. Then we get these options, pass them in the related product. So get the same thing. Pass them in like that, and then within this we're just going to do the same exact same thing. Okay, so those ones, we'll just go ahead and go into the basic info tab, down to where we have this category card. By the way, we're just going to comment some of these things here. You commented. Where is this initial category? Just come and use it here. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy one of these. This one. I'll copy, take it to the additional info to where we have this related thing. Okay, is going to add it within this also. Can import, and here we can just say add related product. We could just say add item it's bought with, and then here you just have the product options, select. So we just go ahead and also bring these other ones. So you can just go also get this. By the way, here I also need to comment some of these things here, and also this here, otherwise it won't update. I'm just going to go ahead and copy these two. Maybe just copy these three. Go back here. So we need to add somewhere here. So for these ones, we're just going to change a little bit, I think, in this form select. So if you change this, let me first remove these ones, and you change and you add, for instance, is, if you look at the things we have here, we have also like we can just like change this, because this is what we have is searchable. So there is one more prop that we can add. Maybe we just like simply create another one, like, which is, let me sit down here if we have it already. This form select has only one. Just a sec. So this one has also like, I think, is multiple. So it has also this is multiple, and it works the same way. The difference is if we just like put is multiple, and we're just going to say that. So I'm just going to go here, and we'll have like is multiple. Set this to false by default. I'm just going to get this. So I'm just going to add it the similar way like this. We can pass in is multiple. So when we pass in is multiple, just come and use it here that it is multiple like this. So now that means wherever we are calling it in the additional tabs, product, did we add these ones here? Okay, so these ones I don't think we need the initial. This one we change a little bit. I'm just going to first leave this. Let's say we call this one to be the selected maybe product, and then exit selected product, and let's first right now say it is now. Okay, so then we're just going to pass in these two inside here. So I have like the selected product, and then it's going to be set selected product. Okay, we'll first go ahead and comment out these. Now one thing we just need to do is simply say is multiple to true, like this, and let's see. Okay, just going to refresh. Right, I would see if all other things still load, because we changed a lot of things which I'm not sure if they are working or not. Let's first go back here. Yeah, we still get all the brands and categories. So let's go back to the additional details here. So if you look at this, now has the select right now items, add items, it's bought with. So you select like iPhone, so you can see that it has this smart select thing. Okay, so what we need basically is when you console.log, so is update is stringify. Okay, so I'm just going to do right now is, because we simply need to pass in oh, do we pass in all this data? I need to check the update, because we just need only a few things. We don't need to send all that payload. I didn't know it is doing that. So let's first right now do one thing. I'm just going to simply comment everything. I simply want to console log the selected product. So okay, so if I just go back here, console, clean everything, and click on this, so basically we get an array of label and value for all the three items. So I'm just going to in fact call it selected products, set selected products. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. Okay, so now what I just need to do is get the IDs. So these are the selected products which are in label and value. So I simply need to get okay. I'm just going simply to get say const the related So here we're just like calling them frequently bought item IDs. It's going to be equal to, so I'm just going to say if selected items dot length is equal to 0, then if this is true, then to be empty array. Otherwise, we're just going to go ahead and let's map. We're just going to get these dots. I'm just going to say dot map, access the item. So what we want to return is item dot value only. Okay, so this one you can just select the type of option just like this. Let's go ahead and also console log again the product, the frequently bought together item IDs. Okay, so just come here, iPhone, Samsung, MacBook, 3 of them. I'm just going to first clear here. And then I click on this. So you can see like we have an array of just IDs only, which is nice. Okay, so you have the IDs. So what I expect this to here we're just like, I think, do we need stringify them? Because that is very okay. So what I just wanted is actually, I want to look at this mutation. Okay, this mutation, the ID, then the data. I don't want to send the whole entire data object that comes from, you know, okay, at least I think here the data is like this. And I can just like add this here. Okay, so maybe before putting this, I could also consider log the data. Let's look at the data. Okay, so data is I wonder why it has, oh, I just added wrong things. So here we already have them here. So data dot this is equal to this. Okay, so remove and do this. Yeah, an array of 3. So okay, that is have no problem then. I don't think we just need to stringify them or anything. And then for this, okay, we can just say if here we can just like do this check here. Okay, if there is no anything here, then we can just like do that. Let me refresh. Okay. Additional details. So if I try to update this here, I think it should just like say, oh, we did not select anything. Saying here length. So because we have somewhere we are doing the length here. We just can just say here, we can just say if they are there actually, it's just like this. Can just first do this. Reading of map. Can just say if no selected, or here you could just use the or just to see. Yeah, so no changes to update. Okay, that's cool. I think everything right now is okay. I can now leave this one like this. Okay, so now if we just, the problem is, so if we save this product is this product, and we save iPhone and this, so if we save those two and let's say update, oh, you're saying that we have to item, let's check our check here. He said if, okay, we're supposed to say if this the length, okay, the length is equal to 0, I think, then we do this. So now if I just like try this, it should just go ahead and update the IDs. So product updated. Now the problem is, so if we refresh, we need to have these ones like also showing like so, but they won't be showing. So if you just got additional details, you see that okay, the IDs are actually there. Okay, because of, I think he's just like putting the okay, he's using these related products. So at least I think that's enough. We don't need to put them here to be selected, but it can show like two. Right now we have these two here. So instead, how can we update that? So because here we're using the related, say related, it is supposed to be this here. So I'm just going to instead say, like, for instance, initial okay, we can just actually use this. I think it has no problem. We could just like use this because thing like this or this, so you can just use it also like here, like so, like this. So I don't know if they will show up to be. It shows that there are two, but then it cannot show the items themselves. Or it's because we don't have the labels. Actually, we don't have the labels. Oh, okay, okay. Okay. So that means if we wanted to have the actual products, they're supposed to put here, these are IDs. Okay. Okay, just first see how to solve this. So if I have an array of two IDs, okay, and I also have an array of many products, okay, how do I get an array of two products that belong to these two IDs? So then just like first look at this to see. So you're saying that the solution, we have this, then we have this one. Then matched products is filter. Then you access a product. Add is to find includes. Oh, okay. Okay, so we could just do this one here. The matched product is going to be the product options dot filter. We get a product, and now this is why we use the related, like this dot includes product dot value. So here's going to be dot value. So then these ones are the ones we pass in here, like so. Okay, so if you just go back now, yeah, so you can see we have them selected here, but we also have them selected here. Okay, which is nice. So you can just like add in more or less. Nice. Oof, that was a lot of work that we have done. Okay, that was really, really a lot. Let's just first confirm if this is working. Also, just to make sure that everything is working. Otherwise, we did not test this. Okay. So if I refresh, let's just refresh and see. I don't know these loaders. It seems like we have a lot of loaders which are loading at this point. Yeah, so you can see like they are selected Techno and the smartphones. Okay. Oh, this was really a serious one, guys. Okay. Then we have this preview. So this preview, we could just like add a link to just check the preview button is on the page. I'm just going to go inside. Let me see the preview. Preview looks like to be on the, can I just like search for preview? Yeah, so it is this one. Just going to say href, and this should just go to the product detail page, like on the front end. So let's say product slag. So you see, I'm just going to say here, just going to say products, and then we specify the slag, which is going to be like product dot slag. I'm not sure if that is the, so preview button. Okay, let me just see. So if you open this in a new tab, if this will load a product detail page. We could also just like, I think, see it from here. Home products slag. Product slag, I think that should be okay. Yeah. Yeah, and nicely you can see that we have the Phone Pro and the Samsung Galaxy, which is just like really nice. So if you just like check this, you should just like add their prices. On the frequently bought, even this one, they should use the default image. So just say frequently bought together. I think we did not add the image. Nayana, where is this coming from? I'm just going to add slash default image.png, just like this. I'm not sure if that one is going to work. Anyways, I'm just going to go back. This is good. Okay. So one thing that we need to do right now, I think I'm just done with the CRUD functionalities of this. It was really bad news. Check for the pending. I will not check the pending. I'm just going to look for deployment, guys. Okay, I'm just going to look over to deploy this. So the first thing I'm just going to do is I'm just going to stop the front end. So I'm just going to say pnpm run build. So I'm just going to try to build this. I'm just going to switch to the backend. In the backend, I know we have a lot of errors. So I'm just going to go here and source. We have some errors in products here. At least it is only one actually. So just like look at this, what it would be. It might be on the frequent about things. So you say that type JSON, similar products, similar frequent about image. You're saying is not assignable type. What is the problem? So it says that the types of data, the similar products are incompatible between these types. So we have name, is missing the following properties from this. It is missing name, ID, slug, and price. Gate one. Oh, okay. So in the gate one, basically we have this. So get one by slug. We are selecting only the ones we want. So we first get the product, then if there's no product, then after we get a similar products, which is products.find, we say where category, and then we go ahead and select. Then we say frequently bought together is product.find in. Okay. So I don't know why for the similar product is saying that it's saying that it is missing some properties. Okay, let's look at this, the route. So for that, okay. So most especially this, the response product detail schema. So the product detail schema, it takes in this product, and in here we're saying the similar products, the optional. So what is in here? You said ID name slug discount. What are we saying here? So they're exactly the same. I don't know why we have it as an error here. Maybe we have to go ahead. Let me first go back to the schemas. I don't know. Let's first go back to this. Okay, so this one we have some errors in the category detailed page. So I'm just going to search for this. Okay, so we have some errors actually. We have here. What is this? That's category detail. Okay. Sell items available. We can just like remove this. Sell items available. Is I supposed to check like stock or something like? Okay, it doesn't have it. I'm just going to go ahead and disable this. Let's go down. So in similar, is saying that similar cut does not exist on the category detail. So let's look at the category detail from here. Get category by slug. So this category by slug is on API categories category. So we can just test it easily here. Get all categories first of all, like this. And then I can just get this storage. And let's go ahead and get the category slug. Okay, so we have the products, similar products. So our products and similar actually we have similar categories. Okay. So this actually returns the similar category. That means like this here should have category detail is having something wrong. So here we have products and similar categories. We have products, and then we also have the similar categories. So I'm just going to add this. Now the types for this, let's see, is an array. ID name slug image, ID name slug image. So you can just say it's going to be an array, okay, of ID, just the way you have them here. The only thing is that we have also image, it's a string, I think, on our okay. So with this category details should have okay, property name is missing. So right now here we have seen that we have ID name. What have we added? Okay. Property image is incompatible. String owner is not this. So this is very easy to solve. So you can just come here. Oh, we actually have this similar category somewhere. Okay, so I'm just going to use this. I'll just add string or null. I will just go to wherever I went. Here, you can just say that it's going to return similar category like this. So if we just simply go back here, we have more errors. Instead, here we are good, but then on the product, so you say category product is missing the following properties. Category dot products, and then we get access to the product. So if you just go to the, let's look at the product that we have here. So if you look at the products, we have ID name slug image price discount. Okay, so here is saying that the is missing the following properties: image, price, discount, which we actually have. So if you just go back to these categories, so in the category detail, we have the product, which has the product category here. So the product category is supposed to contain this, apparently. Just going to put them here. ID. This is going to be string, 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 then number. So I think the discount can also be, this one can be maybe null or something, I don't know. So let's go back, category detail. So we have now one error. Okay, so product here still complaining, type number or null. Okay, so just go back here. We have the category product somewhere also. So is already also defined the category product. So you can just come here and say, or maybe null, and then you can just come here. So we have two category products. We have to use only one. So you can just like comment this one out. So you can just like import this from, which has the same thing here. Okay, so just go back to the web. We have more errors. So here just going to say default of 0. Make sure you give it a default of 0 like this. And all other places which have, okay, so maybe it's going to have a default. Let me just go ahead and take this back. Just going to remove the null for now, because I'm not going to win the war. So here we have now one error, which is on the category card. It's saying that the image is incompatible. So in this, we need to say the category, wherever it is, this image is. Also null. Property image is incompatible. Okay, it's gone. Okay, let's just run it one more time. I'm not sure whether the API can deploy with this error, because at this point I feel like I'm finished. The thinking has gone back to 20%. I'm just going to first try to actually deploy the backend. So I'm just going to say pnpm just say git add dot git commit. Just going to call it with some error. and git push. Just like being, oh, okay, we did not. Just need to copy this. I just copy this, and let's just simply cd into the API. Cd API. It's just like being optimistic, but I'm very sure it's going to fail on the types. Meanwhile, on the web, we are still going on. Oh, so on the web, we are good. Nice, nice, nice. I love this. So let me just also put here on the web. Just going to say, just finished for the front and back. Just like push that. So you're remaining with the API thing. This one, this bug. So the problem is saying the type of data.similar products are incompatible between. So type, you have the name, ID, slug, image, price, discount. So where is this coming from? The ID name string is missing the following properties from. So these are the same here above. Okay. It's saying is missing the name ID slug. It's saying there's a lot of things to be missing, really. I don't know where we have the mismatch. Somewhere we have a mismatch, really. Because if you look at the similar products, they have name ID, everything. So probably on this must have messed up somewhere. So if you look at the responses are many, but the one we want is this one. Like similar products is an array. Even this one is an array. How do I make this? Just going to first come here is like just going to say like similar products is an array, and maybe we just say arrays. So dot array dot optional. Okay. Because if you hover from here, it doesn't show that it is showing that similar products is an arrayable object, which is supposed to be dot array, and also they supposed to be dot array, because even the schema also this is going to be an array like this. It seems like it takes away the error we had. Okay. Okay. Then that means we can just now go into the API. Just going to go ahead and also push this. I'm not going to run the build right now. I'm just going to go ahead and check on overseer. Just want to check on overseer. If these ones are deployed. So okay, so we have two applications, the Ecommerce Pro, and then this one is think it is still going on. So if we go to deployments, okay, we have one that has already failed the API. Is this like just right now? Okay. So if you look at the error comes in the orders. Okay. Let's just first check in the orders. API source, so we have all these. Yeah, I remember the orders, they must have like a lot of the orders had a lot of errors when it comes to everything was having an error. So what I can just do is we could actually first remove can leave these index. The problem is they're these ones. I don't know if we should first leave until we reach the orders. I'm just right now in the mode of debugging all this. Okay, so I'm just going to do is what am I going to do? Just going to do Control A and comment this here. This affects, I think, only this, so the handlers, and therefore the routes. Okay. Let me hope there is no any other place that I need. Okay. So meanwhile, even the one that went through, so just go deployments. So the one of the e-commerce that went through, if you just go back to deployments here, I'm just going to go to deployments. So there is one that went through the e-commerce pro web. Still, this one won't show anything because the API is not working. Categories. I'm just going to go ahead and run the build after this because I've accepted that I have errors and there is no any other way I can get out of this. So we have get one here, which is complaining. So it's saying that are incompatible type. Okay, so we have here the similar categories thing. I think it is saying that is missing the following properties from. Okay, let's just first look at these here. If you just go to routes, you go to where we have the gate one, this one. So the response is category with relation schema. So we actually removed this one. Is it the one that is returning the? So this is the one we actually saw that has. It is the one that we saw that has, so we have categories and then the slug. There is get one. Which one is this one? I just go here in the categories slug. Yeah, I think it's just this one, which has the products and has also the similar products and similar products. Okay, so if you just go here, so it's because we had actually done this. So yeah, you can also just like zero array of this and then the department. Is it really having the department? I'm just going to see here. It has the products. Okay. It has the products and then it has also similar categories. Okay. Let's start with this one. Similar categories. I'm just going to go here. They have these 4 things. So I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to say here similar categories, similar category. So it's going to be ID name up to the image. Okay, just like this. So here I'm just going to say it's going to be similar or z dot array of similar category schema, just like this. Similar category. Then for this we have product schema, which has everything like this. I'm just going to also so it has a product. It has like the product which is having only these ones. Okay, so just also so product schema. Okay. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be right now. So we have this product schema. I'm just going to go here and call this the category product schema, category product schema, category product schema, which has the following. So we have ID name slug image URL, ID name slug image URL. Then we have the price, and finally we have the discount. Okay, I think that's it, what we want. So for these other ones, you can just go to the actual product schema, get the discount, and then the price. So you can see number mean. So here you can just say the category product schema. The only thing I'm just going first is change this, and then this is number. Okay, this is going to be an array of, so you have similar products. I'm just going to use this dot array. I think it was like dot array, and then the same thing, you can just also like do that. Okay, so I don't know why we still have this now. Okay, let's just make sure that this one we have defined. I'm just going to go here. So categorization is right now. First of all, this category schema is also not true. So you can see we have, for the category of these few things. So that means we need not this whole entire category. We have a very brief category that we are returning. So we could just instead come here and we could just first do the omit thing like this. And you can omit, let me just copy all these other ones. So if you look at this, description is not there. Oh, description is there. So we have here we don't have the slug, I think. Is active, department is there, then these two here. All others are there. Also the image is not there, so we can also just remove the image. Okay, just going to go ahead and remove the image. Okay, so here we are still having issues. Okay, I think that image is missing. Image is missing, so you have similar this. So image is missing in the similar, or because for sure in the final one, if you look at the category itself, doesn't have the image. So in this whole thing, the image is not there. Oh. I'm just going to first leave the API for sure. At this point, I'm really tired. I think I will spend more time debugging. So we do the debugging in the next video. So thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.